this evening, with 40,000 ranking points guaranteed for a place in the last four. For Liu, well, he'd have to win the title to propel himself into the top 16, but it's already been a great week for him. Very nearly a record-breaking week with 4 centuries. That was very nearly 5 in a row against Matt Selt. And it feels like another tight and potentially tense encounter as Liu gets us underway, and it's a good evening to the 1986 champion of the world, Joe Johnson.
Good evening, Philip. Good evening, everybody. Yep, a lot at stake for both these players, but realistically, Perry has to win this match, and he's probably in the top 16. They've only played once before, and Joe Perry won that one a couple of years ago in the Riga Masters, actually. Beat him 4-1.
And of course the winner will play the winner of our other match this evening on table 1, and what a match that promises to be. Judd Trump against Kyren Wilson, one of the great modern rivalries continuing. But for Joe Perry, well, he's reached the quarterfinals without having to face a player in the top 16. Whitewashed Alex Borg, then beat Brazil's Igor Figueiredo for the loss of 2 frames. The really tough one was Joe O'Connor, former Welsh Open semi-finalist, who was on the very brink of victory at 5-3 up and miles ahead in the 9th frame. But Perry somehow pinched that one and came back to win in the decider. And then, after a tense opening with Jamie Jones, he pulled away with 4 frames in a row to win 6-3. And for Liu Ning, he started out with a victory over Ken Doherty, former world champion, of course. Before that extraordinary performance against Matt Selt. Remember, Matt had actually whitewashed his opponent in the first round, Amin Amiri, and made 5 centuries, and then got a taste of his own medicine. And then it was Elliot Slesser who knocked out Sean Murphy. He was dispatched 6-1. And then, of course, last evening, he saw off the brand new professional from China, Pang Junju, who'd knocked out Stephen Maguire, last year's runner-up, by 6 frames to 2. So they've both had memorable victories on the way here. And I guess, Joe, as much as anything this evening, it's going to be a test of nerve. Who's going to hold it together to get what would be a really important win for both?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's so much at stake. That's what's going to make this match so interesting, to see if they can hold up when they do get the chances, and they will come. Half the battle is controlling your mind. Maybe more. Because so many of these players have got great ability. I mean, look at Matt Selt. You mentioned Matt Selt, Philip. Made 5 centuries.
Yeah, which puts him in a very exclusive club. Fergal O'Brien did it to Barry Hawkins at the UK Championship. Judd Trump's done it as well in a best of 11, but they're the only 3 players to have achieved it. And of course, if Liu had made a century in that 5th frame, he'd have been the first player to make 5 in a row. The other interesting thing about that, Joe, is that Liu, who first turned pro in 2014, has only made a career 35 centuries. He only made 3 last season, and he's made 7 in this tournament.
Yeah, it's amazing, you know, once you get your confidence and belief at this game, you're quite capable of winning any tournament. As I said, they're all great players, so it's what goes on between the ears, really, that counts. If you can play like you do in practice, and that's the secret. If you can play like you do in practice, take it to the tournaments, you've every chance of winning the tournament. And the further a player gets, regardless of his ranking, he's going to start feeling, hey, I can do this.
It sounds as though you're speaking from personal experience there.
Well, it is true, yeah. I mean, I'd never won a match in the World Championship until I finally won every one, but it's the belief that you get from knowing that, number one, knowing you've got the ability, and these guys have got it. And make no mistake about that. Joe Perry's got loads of ability, and if you can make 5 centuries, Ning's got it as well. So if you've got that, then the only thing that's missing is the belief and confidence that you can do it. And it comes. I think they call it inspiration. He had to get that. He knew he was leaving the red to the middle. That was a must-get red. Now, if he's feeling really attacking here, gets the right side of the blue and busts the pack. That should be the first thing in his mind, but he's gone a little too far. He could still play it, but it's missable.
I mentioned he turned pro in 2014. He did fall off the tour 2 years later. Got back via Q School in 2018. And he has been in a ranking semi-final before the Gibraltar Open, but clearly to reach the last 4 of the UK Championship would be a whole different ball game for him.
And a whole different bank balance as well.
Well, there is that. Guaranteed 40,000. And the chance to dream of the 200,000 first prize. And that was hit very confidently.
Now, that's what he has to do for me. He has to attack the balls. It would have been so easy just to run away safe there because he wasn't ideally on it. He was leaving reds on if that red didn't go in. So that's a good sign that he's attacking the balls. That's okay, you can just play one red onto the other, leave the other one over the pocket for when he pots the black.
Another thing to bear in mind this evening is the relative pace of these two players. Joe Perry is one of the quickest players in the game. He's actually 12th on the list in terms of pace around the table. His shots on average 20.5 seconds. Ning is more pedestrian. He's closer to 27. But as we've seen this week, steady as she goes can be devastatingly effective.
I think he may have speeded up a little bit this week. He's certainly played well enough to have sped up. He certainly didn't seem slow
20.
when he played his last match.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of players who are slower than Ning.
Well, it looks like he may have to just swerve it slightly, and he doesn't want to hit it too hard because the cue ball would finish on the cushion. So just a slight swerve. Yeah,
21.
just a little too hard. He can still pot the black. Now let's see how he goes into the reds here. No, it wasn't very confident, that, I'm afraid.
Well, that is a reprieve straight away for Ning, and Joe Perry will be frustrated to have missed that one with the black waiting.
Yeah, and it will give Ning confidence that his opponent's missing like that. And a chance here. Yeah, so straight back in again. I just hope the importance of this match for Joe Perry doesn't play on his mind.
Yes, he's playing with the added pressure of being the favourite to win. He's the higher ranked player, and more importantly, he's got a wealth of experience in tournaments of this magnitude compared with Ning. He's twice been a semi-finalist at the UK Championship, Joe Perry. This is Lou's first Triple Crown quarter-final, of course.
Eight. Nine.
Well, he used all the pocket there. Seemed to jump the cue ball.
$16. 17.
Well, he's already played a blue like this going into the pack of reds from the other side of the table. But those two reds that are closest together, one of them could be a plant to the right corner. So just got to be careful here. Nicely played. Oh dear. Well, for a moment, he'd won the frame. And then the red comes up
22.
and he nods his head in. What is it, Philip?
Well, he is so unlucky there, isn't he? I mean, he's played a perfect cannon. Very nicely controlled. And as you say, the frame was at his mercy, but now, just a safety. Can be a cruel game.
So
Ning,
Joe
22.
Perry lives again in this frame. Nice table, except for the red on the right side cushion. Could be close. Just got to be careful here of that red to the right of the black. Now, what's the damage here? Can he see that red to the middle? It's a thin cut. There's also one to the right corner, which is also thin. Nicely played. Now, if the blue goes, it's happy days. It's got the bad red off the cushion. So, good chance for Joe Perry.
Six. Seven.
Didn't quite catch the red as he wanted. That's why the cue ball's not straight on the black.
$14. 50. 22. 23.
Again, just lost the white slightly there.
$30. 31.
If he's got the angle to drop in behind that red by the pink, well, decided to play for the other. And he's slightly underhit it again.
38. 39.
Ning will be sitting there feeling a bit sorry for himself, no doubt. He was very unlucky after playing the perfect cannon that red scuppered his position.
Yes, and this is where I'm talking about mental strength, Philip. You can't dwell on those kind of things if you want to win at the top level. You've got to forget about them and as quickly as possible. Hard to do, very difficult to do. But that's all part of the game, that mental strength. He never seemed comfortable on the shot. But a chance, gone begging.
Well, while this is all going on, Judd Trump is already 2-0 up on Kyron Wilson on the other table. Flying start from the world number 1.
Yes, and about to make a century. Meanwhile, a little fortunate there, Ning, not to have left something on. Just a little too hard. So, Ning with a chance here. Where's it going to finish? He's got a good cue ball. Well, he's certainly had the rub of the ball so far. Ning, that's another shot that he could have left the red on.
Except, of course, when he was on the cusp of clinching the frame. These edgy frames are not at all uncommon at the start of a match of this importance, and both players so keen to get over the line and just settle into the match, feel part of it early, settle the nerves. Bit of a generational gap in this match with Liu, 26 years of age, Perry, 20 years his senior.
Backs of experience, Joe Perry. If it comes down to just the safety, I'd have to fancy Joe.
Seems like a long time ago now that Liu Ning was seemingly on the cusp of clinching the frame before the red bounced off the top cushion to intervene and scupper his position after he'd gone into the pack off the blue. Was very unlucky. Of course, he won't care about that if he goes on to win this now lengthy frame, nearly half an hour. And here's another chance to get in. He's going to need both reds, of course.
The green, not easy either. Got to get that red first. Now, will Joe have a go at this or play the double? I don't think the double is on.
Leo Scullion, who took charge of his first world final last year, a very proud moment for him. Of course, he's had battles with poor health, which happily now is in the past. Oh.
Foul.
Yes, unfortunate.
9-5.
Useful player as well, by all accounts, Leo. I think he's made a break of 93.
Yep, and then he woke up. I'm joking. Good pot.
1.
Yeah, a good shot would be just to push the green towards the middle pocket, snooker him on the red, and he's got the clearance then if Joe should leave the red on. He can afford to push it forward 6 inches, still be snookered.
Very well. Ning, 1.
Good escape. So important not to go the other side of the red.
Three 0 now to Judd Trump, who's closing in on another century against Kyron Wilson. Of course, whoever wins that plays the winner of this in the semi-finals tomorrow.
Easy snooker if you can cue it. Possible pot. So decisions. Oh, what a nudge.
Hmm? No. What? No.
Not quite sure what the conversation's about there. Certainly Joe Perry had a bit of luck because it looked for a while as though he was going to leave the red for Ning, only for the pink to intervene and leave things safe. The green is still an issue, of course, even assuming Ning can get to the red first in this frame. He's going to need the green too.
It's a good shot. Now, as Philip said, the green is still safe, but you never know. If he leaves the red on, he might be able to move it. And this red is cuttable. I thought for a moment he might have been able to move the green off the baulk cushion, but I think the cue ball's going into the yellow or brown.
One.
So the lead is 13, 15 with the yellow. He's going to need the difficult green and the brown. This frame, though, is still in the balance. Kyron Wilson breaking off in frame 4 already on table 1, 3-0 behind. Trump has absolutely blitzed him so far with a barrage of breaks.
Ning, 7.
Well, I'm not sure if he was trying to get in behind the brown there, but if it was, it's a long way off.
Yeah, it's been a marathon. One of those frames which is really horrible to lose.
That cue ball was going close to the green then.
Joe Perry, 2.
Very edgy stuff, isn't it? Which is no great surprise. Lou is now going to need the blue as well to make sure of the frame.
Another good safety. Full length of the table. Green near the cushion. Difficult to get safe.
Perry did make a semi-final last season. That was in the Northern Ireland Open. He was also a quarter-finalist at the China Championship and at the World Grand Prix and at the Players' Championship. So he's been pretty consistent, which is why he's got himself back to within punching distance of the top 16. He looks a little bit nervy so far this evening. Wow, very nearly dropped.
It did. It did. So close. Now, is it cuttable? I don't think he could hold for the brown, even if it was. He'd have to go all the way around the table again. I don't know, though, if he risked it. If he tries to hold for the brown, it could drift off. Now, all the way around the table again. He has to miss everything, including the middle pocket. Wow, how unlucky is that? That's cost him the frame.
What a way for this marathon opener to seemingly come to a conclusion anyway, unless there's another twist. That seems unlikely. All round the houses, and sadly for Joe Perry, straight into the centre pocket. So 15 the difference, just green and brown now required for Ning to finally put this opening frame to bed.
Three.
It's been a struggle, to put it mildly, and to be fair to Lou, he could have won it much earlier had it not been for that unlucky moment when he went into the bunch, got perfectly on the red, and then another red appeared out of nowhere to block the potting angle. But he's finally got it done now. And the man who was making centuries for fun earlier in the tournament has outlasted Joe Perry in this epic opening frame of a possible 11. Maybe this frame will have served to have got the nerves out of the system for both players. Joe Perry will certainly hope so. He was unlucky with the in-off, clearly. But it's Ning who takes the opening frame. He leads 1-0.
His second frame, Joe Perry to break.
Well, Joe Perry didn't really get going at all in that frame, and yet could very easily have won it had he not seen the cue ball race round the table and then into the left centre pocket. But of course, there's a long way to go. 6 is the target. There might not be necessarily a long way to go on the other table. Judd Trump 3-0 up in the blink of an eye, although Kyron Wilson had an outrageous fluke at the start of the fourth, which has just stopped the tide for the moment anyway. Just the one meeting between them, as Joe mentioned, the Riga Masters, a 4-1 win for Perry, but this is a very different occasion, isn't it, Joe? This is a UK championship. This is the chance to get to the semi-finals, a guaranteed bumper check of 40,000 with the points to go with it.
And a chance of winning the tournament.
Exactly.
Well, things just not going for Joe Perry at the moment. That attempted red. It's gone over the other right corner. And look at the balls. he does get scoring,
Quietly, please.
he'd like to take those two reds away near the black, just above the black. And then the black would spot. It's a long way from now. He was nicely on the blue to get to those reds. Now, can Joe Perry see the red? He may have to play for the black if he can, because it's difficult to get back to the blue from there. Just not going that way.
Yeah.
He's looking frustrated very early this evening, Joe Perry. This is not the start he'd envisaged. Doesn't help when you've been engaged in a grueling frame, as the first one was, only to come away empty-handed, particularly given the manner in which he lost it in the end with the in-off.
No, but you're right though, Philip. It's a little early to get down on yourself. It's a long way to go.
One.
Didn't have anything on the cue ball really, did he? He needed a little bit of whiz to come out for the black. Wasn't there. That's an excellent shot on the red to the middle.
Eight. Nine. Fourteen. 15.
Nice angle on the red,
20.
just to come out for the black.
Twenty-one.
They say you can't settle until you've won a frame, and it was a pretty ugly frame, which neither player will look back on with any fondness, but the only thing that matters with a frame like that is that you win it, and now Lou has. It's a chance to just settle into the kind of form that he's shown to get this far, but that's not ideal.
Blue Ning, 29.
That's a real let-off, you've got to say. Disgusted with that. Now, real chance here for Joe Perry.
One.
And you did right, Philip. You don't really settle till you've won a frame. And the longer it goes, the harder it gets.
8.
So far, it's only 1-0.
He just needs to get his hand on the table, doesn't he, Joe? And feel part of this match. He's shown quite a bit of frustration so far. But that can change very quickly if he can get his rhythm going, although that doesn't look great.
No, he wasn't perfect on the black. I'd like to have seen him just a touch straighter so he could have played for the 2 reds nearest the left cushion. He could have just rolled the black in, then bounced off the cushion for choice of 2 reds to the right corner. As it is, he had to play that delicate cannon and it's gone wrong. Cannons can go wrong. It can be a very frustrating game, this, sometimes.
Joe Perry, 16.
And that's not the best safety. Now, once you've played a bad shot or you've run out of position, then the next shot has got to be tight. It's got to be thought about and it's got to be safe. He's given Lu Ning half a chance here. And if it goes in, there's a good chance that he could win the frame. That's a let-off and a bit of luck. Never easy. But there's 2 ways to look at that shot. The one that Lu Ning's just played from Joe Perry's point of view. One is, he's dropped lucky there, leaving me hampered. And the other is, well, that could have gone in and I could have lost the frame.
One.
Excellent pot. No sort of rhythm about this match at the moment, but Lou certainly looks the more settled of the 2.
Excellent recovery shot.
Five.
The red above the black will go to the right corner.
Twelve. Thirteen.
Yeah, nice cannon, perfectly played.
20.
Joe
21.
Perry could have put himself under a bit of pressure, expecting to beat Ning because he beat him before, and you know he's ranked a lot higher than him. Chance of getting in the top 16. There's a lot of factors going on with Joe Perry, but he's got to concentrate on the snooker.
27. 28.
Yes, we said at the beginning that this match could well be decided by who handles the pressure of the occasion the better, given what's at stake. And at the moment, you'd have to say Ning looks the more composed. No fireworks, clearly, but he's getting the job done in the early stages, putting even greater pressure on the pre-match favourite. This is the all-important red.
35.
Yep, going to be 2-0.
Forty-one. Ning, 41.
So 54 the difference, only 43 remaining. 3 snookers as things stand, always the chance of a free ball, but perhaps Joe Perry just wants to try and get a bit more table time. Try and get the frustration that has been evident so far this evening out of his system in readiness for frame 3 if he can't get the snookers he needs.
Frame conceded. Frame, Ning.
But Joe Perry concedes now, and Ning, without playing anything particularly memorable, has been rock solid. Joe Perry has been well below par, and that's why Lou leads by 2 frames to 0.
Just be more careful when you put it back, please.
Leo Scullion just reminding Lou that you have to take care in replacing the rest. Of course, each player has their own rest. Everyone very mindful of the need to keep things sterile with coronavirus still ever present. That's why we're here, of course, at Milton Keynes instead of the Barbican Centre in York. But the good news is, if all goes well between now and the new year, we will have the Masters where it belongs at Alexandra Palace, with a crowd of up to 1,000 people in both sessions. So it's fingers crossed that those plans remain on track and we can get back to some kind of normality early in 2021. But in the meantime, World Snooker have to be congratulated for the efforts they've made to keep the tour going behind closed doors. Of course, the players would rather be playing in front of a crowd, but first and foremost, they're just delighted to be playing full stop and to be able to continue to do what they do best and earn a good living.
Ning to break.
So Ning will be delighted with the scoreline. 2-0 up. Joe Perry needs a response, and pretty quickly. Kyra Wilson has stopped the rot next door. They've already headed off to their mid-session interval. Judd Trump was almost unplayable in the first 3 frames. Trump leads 3-1. Just a reminder, if you're only just joining us for the first time today, earlier on, Zhou Yulong fell over the line a little bit in the end against Jack Lazowski. A few nerves, a few missed balls inside of victory, but Zhou deservedly got the job done. Lazowski was out of sorts. 6-4 the score. And Neil Robertson, another devastating performance of scoring. An all-round excellence in seeing off Mark Selby by 6 frames to 2. Selby did very little wrong, but could only manage 2 frames. That's how good Robertson was. So it's Robertson against Zhou tomorrow. And of course, the winner of this plays the winner of the Trump Kyra Wilson match in the other semi.
And it's resting. It's just going against Joe Perry at the moment, because those type of shots, creeping in behind one of the baulk colours, is very fortunate, because the player is playing the cue ball to the baulk cushion, not in behind a colour. So, very fortunate.
Foul, remiss. Ning, 4.
This run to the UK quarterfinals rather goes against the grain of anything we've seen of late from Liu. Last season was a modest one. Did no better than the last 32, although he did beat Mark Allen 5-0 in the European Masters, which is indicative of the fact that he's no respecter of reputation. This season, he'd only had 3 wins combined before he arrived for this tournament. And he must have derived, Joe, a huge amount of confidence with that burst of scoring against Matt Selt. It's really set him up for the rest of the event.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, he played superbly, there's no doubt about that. I thought he played very well against Pang. Joe trying to make something happen, but it's just not happening, and he's left the red on. It's like almost like he's expecting it now. And if you expect it, it normally happens. Oh, that's a real let-off for Joe Perry. And he's in big trouble here. This is going to take some thinking. The easiest ball is probably the black. He shouldn't leave anything if he attempts to play the black.
Black ball. That's a foul. Wasn't it? Foul and a miss. Ning 1, Joe Perry 7. Yep. Oh, you need to bring that up for me, please. Was it black on its
spot?
Olivier Martil just helping Leo Scullion here, following the foul.
So this red must have been fractionally towards the black.
Towards the black, fractionally.
Yeah?
Yeah, that looks pretty much spot on.
The cue ball, but right.
It's fractions, Leo. Fractions.
Right. Okay.
Good from here.
Okay. Joe? Thanks.
So we're good to go for take 2.
Sorry?
Though Lou's not convinced the black's in the right place
Can you
now.
check the position of the black for me again, Ollie?
Will do. Go backwards.
Right.
To the black cushion. Fraction more. Fraction more.
That looks better. There was definitely a clear path to it. Yeah? Yeah, thank you. Black ball, thank you.
The adjustment made. Ordinarily, Joe Perry is a fluent player. He's a good break builder. That's the kind of game he'd want to play this evening, but easier said than done to make that happen. Clearly, Lou has been making the breaks himself this week, but it's not that kind of match so far this evening. Much tighter, much scrappier.
Probably the screen's on.
If you played the red that's nearest the middle pocket, played cushion first and just pushed it forward, that would have been an option. But seeing something different, he wants to bring the black into play and leave the red on. I don't understand bringing the black into play. So, a chance for Joe Perry. He needs to make his move.
One.
Oh, what a kiss that was. I expected a lot of check side to be on that cue ball, to go back for the pink into the left corner, too hard the blue to the middle. But what a kiss that was.
Seven. Eight. Fourteen. 15. 20. 21.
Well, the applause you can hear is for the resumption of the match on table one, which has been predictably, I guess, rather quicker. But this is a chance for Joe Perry just to feel part of the match. The first two frames have just been a catalogue of frustration for him.
26.
But clearly this is an opportunity to halve the deficit and start to get his arm going.
27.
Very close to missing it.
32.
Thinking about the white ball.
33.
Wrong side of the pink. So needs to work the cue ball. Kapot, and nicely played onto the red.
39. 40.
Could have done with being the other side of the pink, but he should be able to hold for the red or play a little cannon. Or maybe he can't hold, maybe it's the cannon.
$46.
Well, looks to be out of position, so I don't know. Was he thinking of the double? Leave the cue ball where the red is?
Joe Perry, 46.
By far and away, Perry's best contribution of the evening, but frustration for him that he couldn't make it even bigger and win the frame. Oh dear, the double kiss gives Perry.
He caught the angles on the pocket, the red, and that's why he got the double kiss. So another chance for Joe Perry.
1. No idea.
If you can see the
Rather
red
bizarre
to the middle.
noise coming from the arena. I think Joe Perry just asking Leo Scullion what it is. We have had a few instances this week of noise coming from backstage. And I guess it's more jarring when you're playing in an arena which is devoid of spectators. Either way, Joe Perry pretty close here to finally getting his first frame. 56 in front, 62 with the pink. One more red will do it after this pink.
And he's played a good frame here, Joe Perry. He broke down at 46, but he got straight back in again. Played a good safety.
50. $21. 22.
That's confirmation of what
29.
I mentioned at the start of the match. Perry tends to be quite a bit quicker than his opponent when he's making a break. Of course, he's had no opportunity to make one until this frame.
30.
Been living off scraps. Suffered the in-off at the back end of the first frame. Ning resigning himself to seeing his lead halved and preparing himself for the all-important frame before the interval.
$37. 38.
And he'll want to clear the table if he can and keep this momentum going and hope to take it into frame 4.
46.
Just the one ranking title on Joe Perry's CV. That was the Players' Championship in Bangkok 5 years ago when he beat Mark Williams from 3 down with 4 to play. But he's twice a semi-finalist at the UK, former semi-finalist at the World Championship, former Masters runner-up. So he's been in some very big matches in his career.
58.
And he's going for his 44th, or appearing in his 44th ranking quarter-final, I should say, going for his 14th semi-final.
69.
And he'll feel a whole lot better for clearing the table here.
76.
Yes, a nice break of 76 from Joe Perry after the initial run of 40+, 2 scoring visits. And he has arrived in this quarter-final, but he still trails Ning by 2 frames to 1.
Frame 4. Joe Perry.
So Joe Perry breaking off in the frame before the interval, and he should be feeling a lot better for that break of 76, by far and away the best of the evening so far, after 2 frustrating frames for him. But this is every bit as important, and the last thing you want to do when you've just got a foothold in a match is to take potentially give away that advantage with a poor break.
Yes, he'd like to take the red to the right corner and stay on the black. The red to the left corner is easier.
One.
But that one got him onto the black.
Thank you. 7.
I'm sure among those interested spectators this evening is Tepchire and New, last year's shootout champion, because he's currently occupying the 16th and final spot for the Masters. Remember, this tournament is the cut-off. The Scottish Open, which we'll be bringing you live on Eurosport next week, does not count towards qualification for the Masters any more than the World Grand Prix to follow does. And if Perry were to win this evening, he would be dead level with Tepchire in terms of ranking points. But, Joe, it would be Perry who would get the nod.
It would if they were level, because this tournament counts as the last one.
15.
So if all points are level, it's who did well in the last tournament, and it would be Joe Perry. But a long way to go. Ning, for me, is a stronger player at the moment. As you say, Philip, the last thing he wanted to do was a poor break off. And there's an attacking shot for you. Opening the reds up, getting onto the black. Confidence building.
$24. 25. 31.
Well, wait for it, wait for it, wait for it.
32.
You got to take it when you can.
I think Joe Perry's thoughts right now are strictly post-watershed. What a fluke. But he's now got to convert that luck into a really substantial break and rub salt into Joe Perry's wound.
$39. 40.
Well, not quite got the angle on the red to be able to play for the black to open the reds, so maybe try and leave a nice angle on the brown or yellow.
45.
Well, the green okay as well. It's just that if it had played for the yellow, it was a wider pack to go into, coming down the left side of the table rather than the right side. But as long as he gets into them okay, I mean, there may be a red that goes, but this is an ideal opportunity to try and open them. And that could be okay. He can pot the red, whether he can get to a colour or not,
48.
I don't know.
$49. Ning.
Well, maybe that was just
49.
one too many. One good pot here from Joe Perry. And he could be right back in this game.
Yes, Lou not able to make the most of that giant fluke that he got. Perry relieved that it didn't cost him the frame at least. But that won't do his confidence any good. He missed that one by quite a margin.
He just doesn't look confident, does he?
No, and it's odd because you'd have thought the break in the frame before, the 76, a very solid frame from Perry all round, might have just been the spark that he was looking for, but not so at the moment.
One.
And that should seal the frame. Enough loose reds to win here.
It was a better pot than it looked, wasn't it? He was tight to the side cushion, certainly missable, and had he done so, Perry could have been back in for a counter. So can he now make the most of that good pot and finally clinch a 3-1 interval lead?
Well, I say that, but he's underhit that by a long way. He can still pot the red, but he's put himself under pressure because that red above the middle pocket comes into play on the shot. Yeah, it just seems that if there's a pressure shot, they're struggling. And as I say, if that red hadn't been above the middle pocket there, he'd have probably knocked that red in quite comfortably. But he knew he was leaving the red on if he missed the red he was playing. So another chance for Joe Perry. Plenty left. Red directly above the black will go.
One.
Well, not the best positional shot on the next colour, but might be able to get to the red from the yellow. Good shot. And this is going to bring the other red into play, maybe.
Four.
Decision to make. Does he play for that red nearest the left corner? I thought that's a good time to play that shot because he couldn't have finished better on the black to get onto this red.
11.
But it isn't easy.
Well,
Nicely played. That was missable.
What a result it would be for Perry to share the spoils after the frustrations of the first two frames, and indeed this one when he saw Ning fluke a ball which looked as though
19.
it might cost him the frame, and then of course got in again after Perry missed, but still couldn't clinch it.
And this is where having a positive mind comes in, Philip, because he's now got the chance to win the frame regardless of the flukes and the good running that Ning's had. It's down to him now, isn't it?
Indeed it is, and he'd be a whole lot happier than his opponent if he did share them, but he's missed that red.
27.
Goodness. Well, he looks befuddled as to how that stayed out, but it was always looking as though it was heading to the left-hand jaw as he sees it. Another chance for Ning.
Yep, and red and a black would be enough.
1.
Well, it's not been a session of the highest quality for sure. And it's been far from clinical from Ning in this frame, but it looks as though he is going to emerge with a 3-1 lead. Just the one snooker, so
8.
not quite home and hosed yet. He will be if this goes in.
9.
A very frustrating evening thus far for the former Masters finalist and World Championship semi-finalist, twice a UK semi-finalist, Joe Perry. He's had some near misses in the very biggest events. Came into this match as the favourite given his wealth of experience of the big occasion, but he's not found anything like his best as yet, and Ning,
25.
without pulling up trees, has taken advantage to lead 3-1.
30.
Yet to make a 50 break, but he's won 3 of the 4. That's all that matters.
Ning 30 and the free.
And Joe Perry's got a lot to think about during the mid-session interval. He'll hope to regroup and come out all guns blazing for the second half of the match. He's going to have to. At the moment, it's Ning with the advantage. He leads by 3 frames to 1. So they'll be off for their 15-minute break and will return when the players come back into the arena. Welcome back to table 2. So, at the midway point of this match, it's advantage Ning. The world number 40 from China leads Joe Perry, 2 times UK Championship semi-finalist, 3-1. There's been nothing of the scoring that we saw from Lou in that sensational performance against Matt Selt in the second round of this event, when he very nearly made a record-breaking 5 consecutive centuries. He's yet to make 50 tonight, but I'm sure he won't be fazed by that because he leads 3-1. For Joe Perry, it's been a very frustrating evening. Aside from the 76 he made in the third frame, nothing's really gone for him. He's not played particularly well. He missed a red when he had a chance in the frame before the interval into the right corner. He's cut a rather frustrated figure so far, but he's far from out of it. 6, of course, is the required number for a place in the semi-finals and a meeting with either Judd Trump or Kyren Wilson. Just their second meeting, their first, the Riga Masters, 2 years ago when Perry was a comfortable 4-1 winner, but clearly there's so much more at stake this evening for them. The chance to play in the last 4 of the UK Championship. If Joe Perry wins this match, he'll be looking good for the Masters. And Ning, if he went on to win the tournament, could also get in. So quite a few subplots apart from just getting the win this evening.
Yeah, with 4 centuries on the bounce, he's shown that he's got the ability to be able to do that, to win the tournament, Ning.
There you go, a high break of 49 so far. Of course, he benefited from that fluke in the 4th frame when he might have left Perry back in. And he got it done in bits and pieces in the end. It's been that kind of evening.
Nothing easy left for Joe Perry. There is a pot, but it's difficult.
Talking of Trump Wilson, Kyren Wilson is on the comeback trail. He's had a bit of luck, to put it mildly, since falling 3-0 behind, but he's now just 3-2 behind and threatening to level at 3 each on table 1. And of course, he does have a winning record over Judd Trump. 9 wins to 7, including continuing the Crucible curse, ending Trump's hopes of becoming the first time world champion to successfully defend in the summer. Yeah, they've all agreed pretty quickly that with the red over the pocket, that frame was going nowhere fast. So we'll start again. I mentioned Joe Perry has twice been a UK semi-finalist before. 2 years running, in fact, back in the mid-noughties, 2004. He lost in agonising fashion by the odd frame to David Gray, who was then humbled by Stephen Maguire 10-1 in the final. And the following year, he played Ding Junhui, who beat him 9-4 on his way to the title. So, were he to prevail this evening, it'll be 15 years between UK semi-final appearances for the 46-year-old Perry, but clearly has a lot of work to do before he can start thinking about that.
Ning to break. 1.
What a pot. That's more like it from Gentleman Joe.
Great shot. Now, has he got the angle?
Eight. Nine.
Well, he's left the angle this time, although just overrun slightly. Should be okay. Well, that would have been cruel had the red gone in the middle, but I don't think he's on anything. And he really hit them, but he just didn't catch them full enough.
Confirmation that it is now 3-all. What a turnaround next door. Judd Trump all over Kyron Wilson like a rash in the first 3 frames, and now it's a best of 5 framer for a place in the semis.
Looks good. Good speed. And cut off the right side of the table. And that's trouble. He could come off the black cushion, land up to those 2 reds near the left side cushion. But found a pass, and he's done extremely well there. Just a little harder. Well, Joe could take this red on to the right corner, screw back into the balk area. I think he'd be able to rattle the red. He's seen something different. Nothing wrong with that either, especially if it bounces well. He's bringing a red down the table. How far? He got a very good cue ball. But he had no idea what was happening to the reds, and it could have gone anywhere. Now can Joe lay a snooker in behind the green? And what makes this shot nervy is that he could be pushing the red over the middle pocket. I thought better of it. Well, if there's a small angle on this red to the left corner, it could be worthwhile taking on. Very, very close. Wasn't a good shot by Joe Perry to leave him that red. Refused to play him behind the green, but it's gone to his advantage.
One.
Great chance this now for Joe.
Thank you. 7.
Just seems so uncertain. Trying to make sure of everything instead of flowing.
Eight.
He's underhit it. He's straight on the blue. Well, he's the wrong side, which is even worse. Needs a good recovery now.
13.
Good shot.
14.
A little hard for the blue, but he's okay on both colours to be able to get back down to the reds.
Seventeen. Eighteen.
Vital for Perry to make a fast start after the interval, having fallen 2 behind. And what a chance he's got here to reduce the gap to 1 and get right back into the picture.
Well, this is a good red to take. Freeze the black into both pockets now.
24.
And this is where it needs to be. This is where it feels comfortable. In and around the black. He's weathered a little bit of a storm with some of the positional shots that he's played.
31. 32. 39. 40.
'Good shot. It's more like it.
47.
Red and the black.
48.
And it should be enough.
So Joe Perry with his second half century of the evening. Lu Ning has yet to make one. 49 his best.
56.
This is much more like the best of Joe Perry. He's a very smooth cueist when he's playing well. Lost position there, but the frame is well and truly won, of course.
Joe Perry, 63. Yeah, and the frame.
And Lu Ning concedes. So a break of 63 from Joe Perry, just the start he needed after the interval, and he's right back in the match. He trails 3-2.
Frame 6. Joe Perry to break.
So Joe Perry on the comeback trail. A good break of 63. Can he now level this match in frame 6? Lu Ning appearing in his third ranking quarter-final. Former world under-21 champion.
So straight back in again. Oh, in with a chance. Black's available, so it's the pink to the middle.
One.
He's queuing a lot better now. And of course, he was 3-2 behind against Jamie Clark. Jamie Jones, I should say. And 1-4 on the bounce from there. So more than capable of stringing frames together.
No doubt about that. He's a class act. He's proved it time and time again.
Please, Joe. Thank you. 7. 8. 15.
Ooh, that only just dropped. But he's nudged more reds out. Would have liked to have left that cue ball low on this red, and then he could have brought more reds out, made it into a frame winning chance. And to hit it.
31. 32.
Well, he's got the perfect angle here to go into them, but he's still got a couple of reds he could play for. Full in the face on that open red, top red. Will he get a better chance?
37. 38. 40. 41.
'Struck it well. Struck it well. Now is he on this red to the left corner?
44.
Well, judging by his face, It's no.
Touching ball.
And he's got reds over both corners, so difficult to play into the jaws of the pocket.
Clearly frustrated, but what he's got to try and tell himself here is that he's looking good to get on top in this match. He's just made a break of 63. He's 40 odd in front here. Ning hasn't potted a ball since the interval, so just got to suck it up, haven't you? And concentrate on trying to protect what you've got, having failed to get on one. Easier said than done, of course.
It's hiding the cue ball now. That's the problem. Because normally, with one red over the corner, you'd play it into the jaws of the green or yellow pocket. But because he's got two reds over both corners, it's difficult. If he tries to play him behind the yellow, coming off the baulk cushion, and he doesn't get the snooker, he leaves an easy pot. So, I don't know, maybe just touch the cue ball there. Leave it.
Yeah.
It's touching ball, so... Well, this is risky. He's trying to get in behind the yellow. Well, he's pushing the yellow safe. But he's leaving the red on. And he's putting his hopes in Ning missing the red. I don't think I could have done that. Probably just touch the other red and let Ning have the problem. See where we go from there.
Well, as I mentioned, he's been frozen out since the interval, so this is a tester for sure for Ning. And he was a long way off.
And he needs a bit of luck here. I don't think he's got it this time. And this is why Joe has to stay positive. Yep, it was a disappointment going into the pack of reds not being on one, but you've got to stay positive because your chance could come again straight away, just like it has.
Well, he now looks the stronger player, doesn't he? Yes, he's still behind as things stand, but he shouldn't be for much longer. He's the player now with the momentum. He's begun to flow in amongst the balls. He was unlucky not to land on one just now. That wasn't his fault. So a lot to be positive about, having been 3-1 behind and generally struggling. And it's Lou who's now looking a bit fed up in his chair.
Yeah, this game's opened up now, hasn't it? You know, Joe's got his mojo. And Ning seems to have lost his. He was a long way away from that long pot.
$13.
One more red after this black should see him safe. But he'd like to pot a few balls now, you know, with no pressure.
20.
That helps you to relax.
$21. $28.
Tried to play the cannon to the red by the pink, which would have freed the pink and the red. How's he got through that gap? It's an easy game all of a sudden.
He's cued really well since the interval, no doubt about it. He's looking much more like his old self now. And he has reassumed favouritism, I think, in this match. Ning has not potted a ball since the interval. Coming back to the table, but it's surely a hopeless task. Just 51 left. Perhaps he just wants to try and get a feel for things again, because he's not really had a sniff since he took that 3-1 lead. Yes, I'm sure Ning entertains no thoughts of winning the frame, indeed, in taking the green. He needs even more snookers than he did before, but you can understand why he's doing this, because he's just lost his way since the interval. Perry's begun to play a lot better. And just to get on the scoreboard will make him feel a little bit better than he was sitting in his chair. And now, Joe, it's a best-of-5 frame match for a place in the UK semi-finals.
You could say all to play for.
11. Ning, 11.
And Lou now concedes. So, Joe Perry has played 2 excellent frames since the mid-session break, and we have a real match on our hands now. It is indeed, as Joe says, all to play for at 3-all. So we started off with a best of 11, and it's now a best of 5 for a place in the UK Championship semi-finals, and a meeting with either Judd Trump, the world #1, or Kyron Wilson, the world finalist. And at the moment, it's Trump who now leads again, 4-3, although Kyron is back in at the start of the 8th frame. Remember, Trump was 3-0 up. So that match is pretty tight too. Earlier on today, of course, Neil Robertson put on another masterclass in dispatching Mark Selby 6-2. And Zhou Yulong came through a nervy ending to see off an out-of-sorts Jack Lazowski 6-4.
Very fortunate to have brought the red down the table and covered it.
Century count is up at 126 now for this tournament. Of course, we've had 2 147 breaks from Kyron Wilson and Stuart Bingham, and a 146 from Hossein Vafai. We had 140 last season in this tournament. Lou looking a little concerned now, having seen his lead evaporate.
He's lost the cue ball there. He played the cue ball dead on the cushion behind the black. Look where it is. There's tension in that arm now from Ning.
Yes, not just because his 3-1 lead has now become 3-all, but he can see, of course, at close quarters that Joe Perry's begun to cue much better. And that puts pressure on him to try and do likewise.
Yes, it's Ning that's struggling now. Big moments, aren't they? These next hour, 2 hours or so, big moments in their lives. Good pot.
One.
Cue ball. Yep, he's okay. He's okay. The black and pink tied up. But maybe he could score a few blues. Build a little lead. The pink will go to the left middle at some stage. But he'd like to clear that area around the pink spot area in case he does get a chance to pot the pink. But right now, just concentrate on the blue. And it's very important to get the right side.
6.
Now you could play the cannon to those reds by the pink spot. Again, he doesn't have to. There's plenty of reds he could play for. Now if he can get the pink back on its spot at some stage, I think it would spot on the black spot for now. If the pink spot's held. Well, that's what he's looking at. He knows the importance of getting that pink on its spot. But he'd have to finish perfectly on it. Not ideally, he wanted to be absolutely straight. Well, that little cannon he just got has left him on a red. Now, can he get to a colour?
18. 90.
Well, how's he found the gap through there? And that's a nice little flick. Maybe the luck is changing a little. He found the gap there. Can't believe he got round that. The red and the black there.
Well, he didn't have much run of the ball before the interval. That was very much with Lou. And of course, that tends to be the case. When you're playing well, you get the luck too. When you're struggling and you need it, you don't get it. But Perry is playing so much better now. He looks much the stronger player at this stage of the match. And if he can win this frame, which will be his third on the bounce, that would really turn up the heat on Lu Ning, who's not looked convincing since he took that 3-1 advantage.
22.
Just run a little far for comfort, but if he can play a slow cannon to the red below the pink, not sure if he's got that shot, but that would leave him on a red to the left corner.
$28.
In Lou's mind, the last time they played, Joe Perry beat him,
29.
and he could start having visions of that.
Yes, in truth, Lou winning that mini session before the interval had as much to do with
25.
Perry's struggles as it did with Lou's good play. Remember, his highest break is just 49, Lu Ning.
It's amazing how it changes though, isn't it, Philip? I mean, he's a different player now, Joe Perry. You know, he's playing like we know he can play.
Well, that fifth frame was all important, wasn't it? The first after the interval, when you're 3-1 down, if you lose that in a race to 6, you're really under the cosh. And the frustration would then have mounted in Joe. He's beginning to think, it's not my night, things aren't going my way. But to win that frame just gave him the boost he needed, and since then he's upped his game significantly. And Kyron Wilson has levelled again with Judd Trump, so that's boiling up very nicely on the other table. 4-all now, after Trump led 3-0.
43.
He's got one more red, and then he has to think of nudging one here and there. So important, he leaves an angle on the pink next time round to nudge those reds. Unless those two reds above the black, one of them goes to the right corner.
49.
Not the best positional shot on the red. Again, just wriggled in. Now, can he get the cannon? Didn't need to if this red goes. These two reds would be enough.
55.
His third hard century of the evening. What a change. He looks like a different player.
56.
Well, this is the kind of form that took him to world number 8 as recently as 4 years ago. Masters runner-up, world semi-finalist, twice UK semi-finalist. He's a class act, Perry, and he's beginning to show just why he was able to perform in those most iconic of events.
63.
And of course, he's eyeing a third UK semi this evening, 15 years after his second. A member of the class of 92, of course, less heralded than Messrs O'Sullivan, Higgins and Williams, but there's no doubting his quality, Joe.
Absolutely not. Even at 46-year-old, he's still playing
69.
top-class snooker. And it's good to see because the first session, first 4 frames, I mean, he did make a 76 break in frame 3. But he missed so many shots.
Well, Lou needs 3 snookers here. He'll play on, I'm sure. But it's looking like 3 frames in a row for Joe Perry, and a very different complexion to this match. Lou has not potted a ball that's been of significance since the interval. He played on a bit in the previous frame, but he's not potted a live ball since he led 3-1. There's almost a swagger now, isn't there, about Perry's snooker? He's strutting around the table. But decent safety there from Lou. He's got a lot to do to get back into this frame. Happy to see the pink go safe as well.
One.
Well, if he takes the blue, it's 3 4-point snookers to tie the frame.
Six. Seven.
Well, if you can leave that red behind the black spot until the last one, he's overhit it slightly, but he needs to leave an angle on the black so he can be able to play the snooker on the last red.
$15.
That should be it.
Yeah, it was already looking a bit forlorn for Lou Ning. 54 behind. All out for the blue.
Lou Ning, 15.
And another nod of the head from the Chinese. Things have gone fairly dramatically wrong since the interval. He's still to pot a meaningful ball since he took a 3-1 lead. And now it's Joe Perry with all the momentum. 3 on the bounce for him. And he now leads 4-3. These are the stats, and they're looking a whole lot more healthy now, aren't they, for Joe Perry? He's up to 91% with his pot success, which is the benchmark, really, 90 and above. I'm sure it was down in the very low 80s before the interval. And Lou Ning equally has seen his drop to 80. So he's going to have to find the sort of form that produced that sensational burst of scoring against Matt Selt. We've seen nothing approaching that tonight from Lou. He's still to make a half century in this match. 49 is best. So Perry very much on top right now, but It's only the 1 frame difference, so plenty can still happen, of course. Dramatic stuff on table 1 as well, with Kyren Wilson coming back from 3-0 behind to draw level at 3-all and now 4-all, and he's first in frame 9. Wilson, remember, he's won 9 of his 16 meetings with Trump, who's won their last couple, but Wilson won the big one at the Crucible back in the summer when Trump was trying to break that dreaded Crucible curse, and Wilson ensured that the curse remains intact. 13-9 win in the quarterfinals. And talking about Kyren Wilson, of course, he obviously has a fine World Championship pedigree. He's been a semi-finalist and a multiple quarter-finalist, apart from his appearance in the title match this year. But his UK record has not been so good. Coming into this tournament, he'd only made the 1 quarter-final, and he was heavily beaten by Stuart Bingham in that match. So he arrived at this tournament determined to put that modest record right. And he's making a very good fist of it. Winner of that, of course, plays the winner of this. And look at Ning there, practicing his cue action on his chair. He clearly feels as though he's lost his way this evening. He's being outplayed now and heavily outscored.
Joe Perry to break.
Joe Perry now within 2 frames of taking a giant step towards Masters qualification in the new year.
Well, that was a careless safety. Look where the cue ball's finished. And he's pushed the red over the left middle.
The first real error he's made since the interval. And this might be the chance that Ning's been waiting for. The first pot that he's managed in live play since he led 3-1, but immediately out of position.
Ning 1. Foul and a miss. Ning 4. Ning, thanks. Foul and a miss.
Exactly the same shot.
Ning, 4.
In fact,
Yes?
he could play into the pack of reds, because if he left the red on to the left corner, he couldn't get to a colour with the black tied up, so he could play into the reds. Not hard enough. Just not on target this time.
Ning, 4. Yes.
Yeah, the pink doesn't go to the right middle. He may have taken the red to the left middle had the pink gone. Same shot. And as I say, if he plays it harder, goes into the pack of reds, then
Yes.
it would be awkward queuing. And the pink and the black don't go, so he'd have to play it at a really hard speed to get up to the blue, hampered over all the reds, but he's playing for this red by the black.
Foul and a miss. Ning, 4.
It's turning out to be a pretty lucrative snooker, this. That's 20 points that Lou's got.
Foul and a miss. Ning, 4.
Well, he can have as many goes as he likes, of course, because he's snookered on all reds, but these points are mounting up. They could prove significant at the end of this frame.
You can hear the applause.
24 points. It's cost Joe Perry to find the edge of the red. Given the way this match has gone, this frame is huge, I think, for Ning. It's hard to imagine him putting together 3 straight frames with the way he's been playing this evening. So it feels like a must-win for him, if only to restore a bit of the lost confidence since the interval. Clearly, if he wins it, he's right back in the mix, but 5-3 down with a high break so far this evening of just 49. That will be a tall order. Big pot, this one. Very close.
Well, looks like he's bringing the black into play, and why not? Yeah, looks good. Danger coming down the left side of the table. Yeah, didn't want to take the risk on making a contact with one of the reds, but he hasn't got the cue ball close enough to the black cushion. Left a little tempter here for Ning. Couldn't be tempted though.
I think Liu has undoubtedly lost a bit of confidence in his game since the interval. Perhaps a little intimidated by Perry's big upsurgence in form. He's done most of the scoring tonight, 76, 63, 69. And he'll be in a very strong position if he wins this frame, but still very early days. Judd Trump is poised now to go 5-4 up on Kyron Wilson. That's a mistake.
Now, it just depends what kind of an angle he's got on this red. He's looking to see if the pink will go into that left middle. Make things a lot easier if it does. If not, then it's lots of topspin on the cue ball if he's got the angle to go back down for the blue. Pink goes.
But the
So,
red didn't.
A let off for Ning. It's a shot because he's handed a chance to Ning, who was struggling. Already got a 25-point lead.
Yes, this is a big visit now for Liu. Needs to restore some belief, I think. He's lost the last 3 frames. He's barely registered in that time.
Six. Seven. Twelve.
Poor positional shot from Ning.
13. 18. $19.
Well, again, he's lost the cue ball. Such an easy positional shot on the pink or black. He's making hard work of this. Well, he
Blue
played
nine,
himself into
90.
trouble and eventually finished up missing the blue. Massive frame for this frame for Ning. And he's left a chance for Joe Perry. Not the easiest of tables at the moment, but that could all change.
One. Eight. Joe Perry, 8.
Well, he'll be disappointed because Lou is still struggling out there. Perry has clearly been the better player in the second half of this match. And that was a chance to get right back in the frame. This is such a big frame now. If Perry wins it, I think he'll be red-hot favourite. But clearly if Lou can get over the line, it's back in the balance. Best of 3. Always going to be catching that near jaw.
All of a sudden it's got nervy again, hasn't it?
very nearly an outrageous fluke, and he would have been on the pink.
Had he caught it fairly full, the cue ball wouldn't have gone anywhere near the black. But because he missed it by a long way, that's why the cue ball went into the black. So, another chance for Ning.
One.
And those penalty points at the start of the frame, 25 of them, 24 I should say. A big help to Lou here, and you get the impression he needs a bit of help at the moment. He's not scoring in this match. Everything's a bit of a struggle. His confidence seems to have drained away since he took that 3-1 lead, and he just needs something to grab onto here to try and get it back again. Helps his cause that there's a safe red.
Seven. Eight.
And hit it by a long way. It could work to his advantage. If the pink goes to the middle, looks like it does. .44 to the good. Good pot. But I don't think he's on one.
$14.
It's very much bits and bobs this evening, isn't it, for Lou?
Foul. Ning 14.
And there's another
Joe
error.
4.
So still plenty there for Perry, obviously. There's one awkward red in particular on the left side cushion, but Lou not inspiring any real confidence that he can win frames in one visit tonight. And he might have to if he's going to win this match.
Well, that's worked out nicely, bringing the other safe red into play. It's turned out to be a good safety. to avoid the black and the red over on the right side of the table, and also fully aware of pushing the red over the left corner. Different shot. Same scenario. Cue ball's close. And that hasn't done him any favours. Now,
Perry, 4.
can he knock a long red in here, Joe Perry? The balls are there for the taking.
You get the feeling that Ning is very much there for the taking this evening, but can Joe Perry deliver the killing thrust necessary?
Well, he's disappointed with missing that long red. And he's handed Ning a great chance to level up. The balls were there for the taking, actually. He could have knocked that long red in the pink and come down for the red by the black spot.
One.
43 points. The lead.
Well, he's surely not going to get a better chance than this to stop the rot. Remember, he's lost the last 3 frames.
Seven. Eight. Fourteen. 15.
Well, it's been quite tortuous getting over the line in this frame, but Ning has managed to do that now with this pink.
Yep, and it's going to be a best of 3 for the semi-final.
21.
A total of 7 centuries in this tournament, remember, for Lou, including 4 against Matt Selt, which was nearly 5 in a row this evening. He's still not made a break of 50. But he's still got a great chance for a first UK semi-final.
It just shows you what the pressure is doing to both these players. Understandably.
28.
You know, when you don't get there that often, and it's Lou's first time, I can understand it.
29. $35. Ning, 35 and free.
So a break of 35, enough for Ning to finally get a frame since he led 3-1. Joe Perry's momentum halted, and this match is on a knife edge at 4 frames all.
Frame 9. Ning to break.
So Ning draws level with Joe Perry. It's still anyone's quarter-final. But we do know who will play the winner. It's Judd Trump, who has survived a stirring fight back from Karen Wilson, who trailed 3-0 and 4-3 to win by 6 frames to 4. Trump continues to be a winning machine. That's one area of Joe Perry's game that has been suspect throughout the evening, even when his break building has picked up, and that's his long game. Oh, what a result he's had there.
Oh, didn't he just? But I think he can still pot the red, but much more difficult from there. It was a long pot in the last frame that cost him it. Had a chance. A long red to the left corner.
Six.
Well, it was close again.
Blue 9, 6.
Well, this red is on. But the cue ball could be going into the reds. Oh, no attempt at the pot. Well, finished up a good safety. That little rub made all the difference. Would have come past the brown and he would have had an easy safety. Once gone over that corner. But a good cue ball. Very, very tough pot, this. But he could be on the pink if it goes in. Well, he's not trying to win, Ning. He's just trying not to lose at the moment. Not taking any risk.
I think that's indicative of the fact that he's very low on confidence. Even when he was leading 3-1, it was as much to do with Joe Perry's struggles, wasn't it, as Ning's good play. And he's been trying to nurse that advantage since, without a great deal of success. Perry has certainly been the stronger player in the second half of the match, but he's still got to win it. But he does look the more likely as he goes in off to make something sizable if he gets in, which Lou at the moment doesn't, frankly.
Well, I'm amazed that he's gone anywhere near the middle pocket. And so is he. I just can't understand the shot that he's just played. Again, played the shot as though he was running away from everything, trying to get back down the table with safety in mind. He's not positive enough at the moment, Ning. A half chance, not easy this for Joe Perry, but it's a chance. Overrun for the green, but he could be all right on the brown. Well, a good kiss. Left him nicely on the red to the right corner. And if he could get on to that red above the black in such a way as to play a cannon to the red next to it, he could develop the black.
6.
Again, he's overrun for the pink. He needed to be straight on the pink now. Would have made things so much easier.
Well, it's been a tough old battle, and we're heading towards the climax now. Joe Perry with a chance to get back in. He's undoubtedly been the more fluent of the two players this evening, even though he trailed 3-1 at the interval. Ning has been a shadow of the player who was very nearly making that record-breaking 5 consecutive centuries in the second round against Matt Selt. He's yet to make a half century tonight, and the 3 frames he won before the interval were as much to do with Perry struggling as it was with Lou's good play. But since the interval, Perry's been much better. He put together a 3-frame burst. He's made breaks of 76, 63 and 69. And frankly, he's looked the much more likely of the two to make something substantial when he has got in. His long game hasn't been great, though. And Lou has just about been able to cling on, but The Chinese looks bereft of confidence, and Perry, well, he must be feeling as though if he can just put something together here, he's very much in the ascendancy. A lot at stake for both players, of course. For Perry, he's eyeing a return to the top 16 and a place in the Masters in the new year, something that Liu could theoretically achieve if he won the tournament. Perry looking for his third UK semi-final appearance, 15 years after his second. And he did look edgy early on, but he has played much better since the interval.
Yeah, good pot, deserved better. Dangerous to play the yellow. Doesn't want to leave that red near the left corner because he could play onto the black from that red. He could just touch the black.
Preparing 19.
Oh, has he covered the red? I think he has. Took a risk there. Ning looking at a possible plant. He's pushed another red over. No, can Joe see either? Can see the more difficult red. It looks easy on TV here. Believe me, it's not. Caught it too thin.
If Perry's long game was a little better, he might already have been on the cusp of victory this evening.
Well, he's 46 and his eyesight won't be as good as it used to be. And it's a good shout that. He has missed a lot of long balls, hasn't he? Been all right when he's been in amongst them. But anything distance and he's suspect.
Liu, though, has looked tentative. Can he recapture the spirit of the Matt Selt match when he was irresistible?
He's just been very negative the second half. Refused to go for shots. Trying to win by safety alone.
He's had some terrific wins on his way to this quarter-final. Beat former champion of the world Ken Doherty in the first round before that remarkable performance against Selt. He then thrashed Elliot Slesser, who'd knocked out Sean Murphy previously, 6-1, and saw off the new Chinese professional Pang Jungju, 6-2.
Ning.
And of course he led 3-1 here, but even then he didn't look entirely assured about the way he was playing, and that's been borne out in the second half of the match. But he's still in there with a great chance of winning.
Yeah, just looking at the possibility of a plant there to the right corner. He may have dropped lucky there. It looks very close from here.
$15.
If he was right behind it, it would be guaranteed. Caught the other red first, and that's why he's missed that.
Ning 15.
He didn't hit the red he was playing to hit. So, not an easy red to start with. Very nervy red, in fact. But if it goes in, it's a good table. Nice pot.
1.
So, Joe Perry gets a chance, a good chance. He's going to have a problem with that red next to the black at some stage if he gets that far, but good chance to get right back in it.
Beat Alex Borg by whitewash in the first round. Igor Figueiredo 6-2 in the second. And then came the really critical match of his run to this quarter-final. Joe O'Connor, who was on the very point of victory, 5-3 up, miles ahead in the 9th frame. Perry stole that one, won it in a decider, and then he came from 3-2 behind to put together a 4-frame burst to see off Jamie Jones.
Well, hasn't left himself in the best position here. Still potable, the red.
6.
Nice little rub there on the yellow. Again, not the best positional shot.
11.
He's trying to get that cue ball under control, make things easy, and that's better. That's a good shot, nicely on the pink. Well, that spoiled things a little. He would have preferred that pink to have gone on the black spot.
$19.
Could have been kinder.
24. Joe Perry, 24.
$18 the lead for Perry, 51 on. Is his greater experience of the big match occasion ultimately going to tell? Former Masters finalist, former World semi-finalist Perry. Twice a UK semi-finalist, and a double kiss there, which could have proved expensive.
Well, that
Foul, the miss.
is a disaster.
Joe Perry, 4.
Did he give any idea to missing the red, where the red was going to be if he missed it? Can Joe get the right side of the blue? He can. He'd have liked a little bit more angle, but I think he can get to those two reds. He's in Joe's hands. Yeah, good attempt.
6. Joe Perry, 6.
$28 now the lead, so a red and a black would be enough.
Foul, the miss. Joe Perry, 4. Back. Ollie, can you bring it up for me, please?
Olivia Martil helping out Leo Scullion as marker.
Well, it didn't look as though he could hit the red, but he obviously thought he could.
Pardon?
Attach to your left. Yeah. And a fraction towards me.
Okay. Ning? Joe? Thanks.
If this was a boxing match, you'd score Perry well ahead on points going into the last few rounds, but it isn't. All that matters is the frame score, and that's still level. Perry certainly has looked the stronger player in the second half of the match, but he's still got to convert that superiority into the win. This frame remains in the balance.
foul and a miss. Joe Perry.
Points are mounting.
Yeah. Joe.
The difference now, 36, so Perry would only need one red.
Oh, he's caught it much too thick. Now, where's it going to finish? It's a chance for Joe Perry. As you say, he just needs the red, but there's a lot of pressure on this. This is to take a one-frame lead. Have a little bit of a cushion, some breathing space. Yeah, and to make matters worse, he's left the red on. So, the pendulum swings again.
One.
Well, I'm not sure if he can hold for the red from the blue. Maybe play the cannon to the black. Now, if this red is touching the cushion, he might just take it on.
He's made just one ranking semi-final since first turning pro in 2014. That was the Gibraltar Open last year. He did fall off the tour a couple of years after he got his 2-year card. Got back on in 2018 via Q School. But to make the last four of the UK Championship, well, that's a whole different ball game.
Well, the camera showed the red very close to the cushion. I think it's worth taking on this. But you need nerve. He hasn't took many chances. But he's taken one there, and he's got it. A little heavy for the blue, but he's going to get a shot at the yellow. Not sure if he can pot the blue, come round the back of the pink. Back up the table again. Not sure if that shot's on. But if not, then just screw back. Play the long yellow. Or a little stun. Well, I thought a little stun and a foot to the right would have been preferable.
12.
Good pot. Excellent pot.
I reckon that's the best pot he's produced this evening, given the situation of the match. Joe Perry had the red with the rest to leave Lu Ning needing snookers. Is he going to pay a heavy price? He needs the remaining colours for what would be a vital steal.
Played that one well as well. Joe had a chance, missed that red with the rest. Missed it by a long way, actually. He's just got to sit and hope and try and prepare himself for the next frame.
Strange old match this. Joe Perry has had Ning on the ropes for sure in the second half of it, but he hasn't been able to deliver that killer punch. This then to go 1 up with 2 to play. He's got it, and that was about the best little break that Ning has produced this evening. He held his nerve when it really counted. Joe Perry will be ruining the misread, which was frame ball with the rest. Ning leads 5-4. Welcome back. Joe Perry on the cusp of returning to the world's top 16 and the Masters in the new year at Alexandra Palace, where we're hoping we will have a crowd again. Let's just take a look at the standings. As you can see, if Perry wins tonight, he will tie Tepchire and Nu's total prize money and therefore ranking points, but would actually qualify at the expense of Tepchire on count back, because this is the most recent tournament and obviously he's done better than Tepchire has in it, but he's still got to win. That's the point. Zhou Yulong could still spoil the party, of course. He plays Neil Robertson in our other semi-final tomorrow, the winner of this one to play Judd Trump. So all things still possible, but Perry will be feeling sick about missing frame ball with the rest just now. But it was a really good clearance from Ning, who struggled terribly to put anything together since the interval when he led 3-1. But when it really mattered, he held his nerve there, Joe, to get over the line. And now he's spying what would be the biggest win of his life.
Yep, it was a good clearance. He held himself together. He could have missed anything at this stage anyway, and we would have forgiven him. But it was a good clearance, and now he's got a little bit of breathing space. What can Joe do? That's more to the point. If he gets a chance, will he take it? A big
Frame 10.
prize is waiting for him as he breaks
Okay.
off. Frame 10. Well, he hasn't left anything easy on. So that's a bonus.
I think Perry will still be backing himself if he gets the opportunity. Ning is still not pulling up any trees in the scoring stakes. He's yet to make a half century tonight, even though he leads 5-4. Perry's made 3. But Lou has got to be feeling a lot better after the way in which he clinched that frame. Showed some bottle there at a crucial moment in this match.
A little heavy, but he's refused everything so far, Ning.
The form he's produced in getting to this quarter-final has come out of the blue, really. Last season he did no better than the round of 32, although he did beat Mark Allen 5-0 in the European Masters. This season he'd only put together 3 wins before this event.
He'd only made 1 century as well, hadn't he?
Correct. He's made 7 this week. But hasn't got close tonight. But that was a terrific pot. He hit it too well.
Well, that's where he played the cue ball, unfortunately. But that's what he can play. He can play those kind of shots, but he could have played the cue ball back towards the green and left it short of the baulk line. He wouldn't have left anything on, but the ready was playing. But no confidence in getting the shot.
Ning 1.
Well, it could be a chance here. Got a good kiss there because the red was going right over the pocket till it got the kiss on a red. But he's got a very good cue ball. Doesn't have to play back down the table. Could leave the cue ball on the black cushion. Looks safe enough.
Looks as though we could be burning the midnight oil, but whoever does prevail to face Judd Trump tomorrow will have a bit of time to recoup. That's the second semi-final. First up, it's Show You Long against Neil Robertson.
Well, with the black and pink tied up, if you can't get back to the blue from this red, there's no value in it. Hasn't played well. Hasn't done well with the long reds, the long balls. And because he played it pretty full, the cue ball's not as near to the pink as what it would have been. So this red is on now. and wasn't far away.
Must be feeling cold.
1.
Yeah, it's a good pot, but didn't really play it to come in and out of balk, so just a snooker.
Joe Perry, 1.
Well played. Good escape.
They've only played once before. That was a comfortable win for Perry, the Regan Masters 2 years ago. This has been anything but comfortable, and so much at stake for both players. It's clearly influenced the way this match has unfolded. Both have looked tentative at times, lacking in confidence, a bit of belief. It's all very understandable given what's at stake.
Well, really tough red to the left middle. And don't forget, Joe can't afford to miss and leave one on. Could be his last shot.
Still stewing, no doubt, about the red he missed in the previous frame with the rest, which would have given him the 5-4 lead and eased the pressure considerably. Now, of course, he's got to win the last two. Good pot.
Yeah, cracker. A little nod from Joe as well, because he knows had he got that red to the middle, well, it's a tough table for sure, with the black and pink tied up like that. Well, coming down for that red above the black has given him a chance, really, to play on the pink. And possibly even the black if it goes to the right corner, which I think it does. So he's got choices here. Little cannon to the red, stay on the pink. Well, nothing wrong with that. If you can pot the yellow, get onto the red.
Seven. 8.
Is he going to save his best snooker of the night for last? It was a really good little pressure clearance he produced in the previous frame from the brink of losing it.
Yes, and it was also good thinking to play for the yellow. When I was suggesting cannon to the red, that one was just as good. Does the pink go on the black spot? That would have been a bonus.
14.
Could have done with a bit of left-hand side on the cue ball. This is another pressure one. Good pot. Nicely on the red. And as Philip said, as he saved his best
22.
for last, he hasn't made a 50 break this evening. What a time to get it.
$23.
Now I may play a little cannon to those two reds. Stay on the red to the left corner.
$30. $31.
Well, if he's going to keep the break going here, he's got to play a cannon. And the red next to the pink, just below the pink, would be nice. The red above and to the right of the black would be okay. Played the cannon to the pink. Not ideally on the next red, but he is on one.
38.
What a big pot this is. We saw Joe Perry miss with the rest in the previous frame. If Ning can slot this red in and get nicely on the black.
Or the blue, anything.
The rest abandoned. Big, big shot this.
Yeah, nicely played. A little heavy for the blue, but he's on the yellow or the brown. Joe just wondering if he's going to get back to the table now. He's got a nice angle on the yellow to come down for those two reds to the right of the black. One to the left corner may go. This is all about holding yourself together now. He's played it well. And he has saved his best for last, Philip.
It would certainly appear so. He really did struggle after the interval. Joe Perry was beginning to take control. He led 4-3. He was scoring much the better of the two.
42.
I think he was expecting a little kiss there off the red. Would have slowed the cue ball down a touch, been nicer on the black. The red will go to the right middle. But he's played a more positive shot. Now, can he drop it through for the black? 49 points, the lead. Two more reds to be in the semi-final of the UK Championship. He's just come a little far to a hole for the red, for the middle. He may have to play the cannon to them. Just needs one more red after this black. He could just drop it in and play the red down the cushion. Anything. It's the cannon, and it hasn't gone well. Had he been on a red there, he was in the semi-final.
57.
He's got to wait.
Joe Perry half breathes again. His hopes of the semi-finals and a place in the Masters hanging by a thread here.
Is he going to play the double? He is, and it's gone in.
58.
Wow. How must Joe Perry be feeling?
What a way to win it. Perry, I think, will be having nightmares about the red he missed in the previous frame, which would have given him the 5-4 lead and would have made him firm favourite to go on to complete victory. But what a good clearance it was from Lou to give him that bit of confidence that's been lacking for most of the evening, and he's run with it in this frame. 58 is the lead, 51 left.
Ning,
So it's 2 snookers for Joe Perry to keep his hopes of the last 4 alive.
Well, this red is cuttable to the corner, but you don't really want to be letting the cue ball run all over the place. It could knock a ball in, it could go in off. So just got to be careful. It's in though.
1.
And that will be an handshake.
Well, how good must Lou Ning be feeling? He struggled for most of this match. Even when he was ahead, he wasn't convincing, but how well has he played when it's really mattered? He's just gone in off, so is it done and dusted? It is. Joe Perry concedes a fantastic victory for Lou Ning of China. The world number 40 is going to play his first UK Championship semi-final against the world number 1 Judd Trump. He beats Joe Perry 6 frames to 4.